And we're back. Okay, first we're gonna check our little assignment thing. Set up some new ones. Not the most interesting part of the game, but it's best to do it at the beginning. Execute mutineers. I never got the point of executing your duty officers. Usually, once you start getting really rare ones, just seems kind of like a waste to me. But it's a Klingon thing. Klingons aren't exactly known for their subtlety after all. They're known for their lack of subtlety, we'll say that. Okay. Now that's done. Incoming in. To the location so we can get the comm message so we can start the storyline. Just woke up. That's for the new Kara mission. I guess I could show you guys that later today if we get through the Spectre storyline fast enough. Not really a lot to it, it's mostly just go here and fight Tholians. Go change the sound up a little bit. There's something very strange happening in the Eta Eridani sector block. Last time I was at Drosna station, there was blue lights flickering on and off. I swear I was seeing things. Not the only thing. That's an odd ship movements by Cardassian splinter group, and the Eta Eridani is away out of the true way's normal range. When I acquired internally, someone at headquarters put me in touch with Kamen. He requested you report to him for the time being. Kamen wouldn't say there's anything strange happening, although I wouldn't expect someone like him to admit to anything he didn't have to. But he did say there's a matter that demands your immediate attention. If you could assist him now, he'll be more than forthcoming in the future. Patching him through to Kamen now. Every detail is important. Do not let anything escape your notice. Your commander, Telmira, tells me she doesn't like owing debts, and we provide information and assets to assist you in your recent encounters with the Tal Shiar. We're now calling in that marker. We have reports that the True-Way fleet is entering the neutral zone, engaging our ships, as well as Federation vessels near the Titanu system. We need you to intercept the True-Way, learn why they're so far away from the territory. While you're there, destroy the Federation ships as well. A small fleet has already been sent to the area. You'll need to join them at the Titano system as soon as possible. Rewards. You've seen this mission before. It's skirmish. I'll just keep anything pertinent to the new race available since I've read all the story bits before. Let's go fight the Borg for a second here. Get ourselves some Borg marks. That way we can get the Borg gear, which includes a fancy weapon that's a beam weapon that effectively works like a torpedo. I hate that you have to hit the F key so damn fast to get it to work. Okay. I'm lucky I'll get in there when it's already been started by people, and we'll be close to completing the area. I am not so lucky. Someone's using the Scimitar class pack, which is a pretty cool pack. You get 3 ships for $25, I think it is, 25 or 50, and each one has the components, so you can get the Phaelon weapon used in Star Trek Nemesis. And be able to use it in battle and stuff, plus they got unique slots and all that kind of stuff. Pretty cool. As what's qualified as a science dreadnought, which just sounds goofy when you think about it. A science dreadnought? Why would a scientist need a giant-ass warship? Hey, it's Star Trek Online. Crazy shit happens. Okay, that group's taken care of. Next group. This is pretty much the main way to get a couple of the mark types, which are Borg, Nukara, and Tholian, is by doing these red alerts. If you want to get things like the Iconian marks, well, that requires you doing instances.
We are the Borg. Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
Delta Alliance marks you can get from doing some of the missions within the setup, within the storyline, but your best bet is to do missions that allow you to choose a variety of marks. And Dyson's marks, well, you literally have to play the Dyson Sphere missions to get those marks. Well, the Dyson Sphere mission does include a time where you fight futuristic battle T-Rexes, so there is something to say there. I'll probably be skipping the missions that require those things because it's just they take a long time to finish, so it would be possibly a whole stream of just me doing basically an instance. Holy crap, there are a lot of ships in this instance. really need to get a tier 6 science ship. Yeah, I have a tier 6 cruiser and a tier 6 and a tier 6 escort, but no tier 6 science ships.
Resistance is
Maybe
futile.
I'll make one available this fall during the winter event. Which I think doesn't start till November, which is probably around the time I'll be getting to the Iconium War stuff with these characters on stream. If I know anything. Though the Delta Alliance missions do take a long time to complete because it's a lot of them, and some of the missions can be like 2-3 hours long. Well, not great. I've had a mission or two and that thing be 2 hours long, and some of the times I'll have missions where it's like a group of missions linked together, and that can take 3-4 hours or whatever. It's travel time and combat bits all over. Ship heal before I exit. Let's go to reputation. Yep. So I'll be claiming the tier 1 reputation award. So basically when you get to this system is like you complete these little missions using marks, dilithium, credits, unique items, and other things of that sort, and it gets you more unlocked within this tier, which lets you slowly unlock along these chains. Each one of these levels gets you more stuff for the next level, including unlocking Borg duty officers, anti-Borg combat consumables, new equipment, new really well, ship equipment. It's nice little kind of cool stuff. It's a little bit of a pain to acquire because it takes time to build up the marks, and especially when you start getting to the ones where they require like thousands upon thousands of bits of refined dilithium that take a long time to acquire, unless you're doing missions specific for it. Which I tend to be low on dilithium fairly often because I like to use it to buy Zen, which wouldn't be as big if I had like the lifetime membership. If I have the lifetime membership for the game, I just buy that and I get free Zen every month, and I just let it build up that way, and that's how I purchase everything. As it stands, stuff in here I want to get, like, for what I'd like to get for Romulans, for my science officers in general, is pilot escort, fleet escort, cross faction tier 6 command cruiser. Looking for the Dyson pack. Discount packs would probably be quicker. I want to get where is it? Balls. Right now they're doing a sale on the ships right now, so if I had money I'd be buying ships like crazy right now. I wouldn't mind getting this pack here because it includes all of their ships up to tier 5. Includes their species, includes a whole bunch of their stuff in one shot. Plus 30 master keys, which you can claim separately. But that's like $160 right there. This is something I'd like to pick up because it has a whole bunch of ships for science officers. That would be nice to have because it's a whole bundle about science. You got the Federation science ships for this pack, Romulan, Klingon. Interesting. So you also get another set of ships, so I guess it's alternate skins. But yeah, that'd be something I'd love to get right there, but that's like $80 right now. Normally 100. And if I had a lifetime membership, I'd be getting 500 Zen every week, every month. So I could get that in 20 months by just saving it up that way. Picking up multiple hostile contacts. Nothing really new there. At least compared to the other times we've played this exact mission. Like I said, all the other times we've done missions between the three factions, well, 2.5. Oh, son of a horse nipple. Motherfucker. I didn't even realize my health is going down. Curses. Now, I can get some of the special event ships by going to the market, but, and that's a big but, they are horrendously expensive. In the hundreds of millions of energy credits, which I guess you could get if you were to not spend them at all, and you just kept saving them up. At this point, I'm only really using them on reputation things. But if you were to pool all of your credits onto one character, you might be able to unlock that stuff for a character. I suppose I could use the Nandi on my science officers since they do have a tiered lieutenant commander bridge officer slot, but it's just you won't be able to use the most powerful science abilities. And since it's also a pilot slot, you're going to want to slot in some of the pilot abilities. And I think it also has a lieutenant and lieutenant commander science slot. So I can still have a good amount of science abilities, but I wouldn't be able to use them powerful. Nothing new there. But yeah, there are some things I'd like to pick up, which you people could help me with if you will support my Patreon at www.patreon.com/Sakwana. Support my get a whole bunch of crazy new ships for Star Trek Online fund. As well as it will let me buy better equipment, so I'll have a better microphone, I could possibly do face cam. I could even theoretically do more games, because then I could buy more consoles and stuff, and we could really start getting into Xbox One titles, which I have a lot of due to games with gold. One of which I'd love to do is the last Tomb Raider game, which is getting its sequel this year, and Fallout 4. I love the fact that I actually have a flame grenade now with this character. Yeah, I love the idea of a grenade of burn the system, grab those nanites, and right now I'm actually using some of the Borg weapons because they're just better than average because they're anti-proton, which once you get to the later game, anti-proton is still the best weapon type. Yeah, normally if you're playing a Romulan, you cannot get them to have a beard. Which I thought was strange, because I know I've seen Romulans with beards before, and Vulcans. It's weird, man. It's weird. Nothing new there. But yeah, if I could get to the $1,000 a month, which is the current goal on Patreon, I would. One of the first things I do is buy an Xbox One and more gold, and pick up some games that I want for that I could play for you guys on the stream. You can do it for $1 a month. I've got $5, $10, and $1. The $1 basically will get you into, will get your name all the way across the credit screens once I can commission them and everything to be made for my YouTube videos, so I don't know how to make that sort of thing. The $5 will actually, I'm going to do like Google or Skype Hangouts where we can just chat or person to person what I'm doing on the games, maybe able to jaw about what games I play in the future. The $10 one will get not only those previous 2 rewards, but it'll also let you enter into polls, which I'll start putting out, which will determine what games I'm going to play. So you guys will be able to vote, like say I'll put in like Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, Fallout 4, a couple of other games all into this block, and you guys will vote on whichever one is voted on. That'll be the one I do on stream. I mean, in the end, I'm going to choose the 4 games that go into the poll, but you guys will be able to vote on it to see which game gets played first. Alright, I gotta scan the body. No new data there that we haven't heard before. Alright, my hope is that we'll get through this storyline by the end of today's stream. I'll go through, I'll do some mission replays to get all of the rewards, after the first replay, after the first versions of the missions, which I will then use to get more gear, and then we should be able to move on to the Deep Space Nine stuff with Solidoc next week. And that'll be interesting, because that'll start bringing in more Cardassian stuff, more Dominion stuff. And it'll mean we're all going on the same quests. Though the Dominion hack will take a while, because it's like 10, 15 missions of the Federation. Though, since we're getting the New Dawn update next month as well, I think it hits October 8th. It's a great time for these other two characters, the Romulan and the Klingon characters, because they're revamping the Dominion story arc. So some of the missions that were originally Federation exclusive are now going to be added to the other two factions, which would be really cool, which includes more of the Mirror Universe stuff, more of the actual Dominion missions, a bunch of cool stuff there. Plus, they're revamping the whole arc, so a lot of us are thinking they're doing a Cardassian storyline. Like, if they did a Cardassian group, I would start a new I'd have to buy a new slot and start a new character for that, for the stream. Which would be rather cool, because that would finally give the players access more conveniently to all of the Cardassian ships we don't currently have access to. And you could also use it to squeeze in Dominion ships, which would also be cool. Triolic waves. Nothing new there. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the New Dawn expansion, because other than revamping the Dominion storyline, it's also supposed to add a lot more exploration to the game again, back like it was back in when it first started with the Genesis module, where you could go to planets and clusters that were procedurally generated. It was a cool idea, but just because they didn't have enough they didn't have quite the amount of tech assets in the game to really support it. So I'm hoping they're going to bring something like that back, because I think that would be really cool. To bring back those, the Genesis system. Because, yeah, basically what happened was the Genesis system, you would go to clusters of stars. Inside those clusters, you'd find planets that you would enter. Each one of those planets would have a specific mission that was generated when you came to it. Even the planet's atmosphere, the planet's environments would be generated and all that stuff. It's pretty crazy, but also kind of awesome. But they stopped using it because it had lots of glitching issues, so I'm wondering if they're going to bring something like that back. Because if they do bring that back, I would love that, because procedurally generated missions are fun, because you never know what you're going to get. Though the closest we can get to that nowadays is Foundry missions, which were utilizing the Genesis system to create player-created missions, which I can start really doing with these characters after we do the main story stuff. Gideon's annoying to play, they really are. Really? I love how he just has a move where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna do 200 damage to you that you can't block with shields. Because, that's fair. But you're gonna die in an MMO. That's kind of part of the job. He's gonna res that Girl who went down. But yeah, I'd love to see the Cardassians as their own faction. I assume if they did it, it would work kind of like the Romulans, where you play through a storyline for the Cardassians, and then that will eventually lead into you having access to being join either the Federation or the Klingon Empire. Which, you know, it's kind of a cool idea. But on the other hand, they could have their own entire faction, because Cardassia is still around. It's not like how Romulus was destroyed. Cardassia was just ravaged by the Dominion War. So, like I said, it would be, in my opinion, be a great addition, because it'd be like, holy crap, now we have these new characters, these new ships, more story. You know me, I love the story of this game, and there's just not as much of it as there could be. I want there to be more, because I'm greedy like that. What's Romulan Command? And Klingon allies. So nothing new there dialogue-wise. So we beam up. Get the subspace field modulator, because it's the better. It's a pretty cool reward. It basically gives your ship better shields, though it weakens against proton-based attacks. Yeah, I can do my own navigation to places in this game, but it's just easier to auto-navigate. Takes less time. No. Go to Drozna Station, or Drozana Station, I should say. Oh, excuse me. We'll pop that there. Cancel. Pause. Go here to alter my thing. Where should I put it? I like to put things in alphabetical order, because I'm kind of weird that way. Warp Shadow. Didn't know I hadn't put that up yet. It's there. And this is more or less what you're going to use, is about 3 rows of abilities. Until later when you might need a 4th row. Well, actually, because abilities will constantly change between ships, you might not. When you start getting like specialized equipment, which gives you bonuses. Which you don't really start getting any of the big equipment sets as part of missions until the DS9 story arc, or the Dominion story arc, where you get the Jem'Hadar gear. Go to account bank, see if there's bank, account bank. Yeah, we'll take these out, see if they're better than what we currently have. That's another thing you can do, is you can bank weapons and stuff that you can use on other characters. So if you have a slightly better kit or something, you will be able to pop into your account bank and put it on the character it's best suited for. Particle physics. personal shield. But yeah, we'll unequip all of the modules we got in here.
This is your lucky spin.
And that actually is the Lita Hollow persona is actually voiced by the woman who played Lita in Deep Space Nine. Nanite monitoring. It had 3 research slots in. I'll grab another research kit option. Go into the exchange.
Oh, what's the harm in a little friendly wager?
Kit. Research. And go to kit modules. Let's go to rank of Vice Admiral. Okay, research modules. Stasis field, electrogravity field, anesthetizing gas, stasis, electrogravity, sonic pulse, tachyon harmonic. Ooh, I'll grab that. 9,000. Not too bad. And then, boom. Pop that slot in there. These there, do I sell them? Oh, let's see if this is better than my current armor. No. No, my current one is much better. See if it's better for any of my party members. Polyweave is better. Polyweave is better. Better already. This is a little bit better than her current armor, so we'll switch it to her. Polyweave. No, is this better than her current weapon? No, is this better? Nope. Yeah, just comparing weapon stats right here real quick so I can decide whether or not to sell this stuff. No, that's good. Okay. So we'll start with that and we'll be selling this stuff. Start here. Okay. So everybody got a triple. Huh. I have all the triples I can have unlocked. Okay, legacy unlock. Fluidic space. You already have this item in your inventory. That's fluidic space. Okay, so that's personnel. Legacy of Romulus. Season 8. More triples you can get. You can buy an absurd amount of triples in this game. Absurd amount of triples. Plus also more variations of Horta. Because, you know, who doesn't want their own personal battle Horta? Premium races. Shuttle companion. Okay. Let's see. Who's in my main squad? Tovan, Vagna, Nasser, and Rokta. He will get the Dysons, the Solanae triple. And she will get the Legacy of Romulus triple. Plus these triple, the Dysons and Legacy of Romulus ones, every hour they generate a they generate a mark you can use. So we'll pop them into the inventory real quick. Unequip. Unequip.
Ready to get lucky?
Yeah, I guess if I put them in there, they'll just the party members will use them, so that way it's a way to generate it generates a very, very small, like 1 mark every hour, and nothing costs 1 mark. So we'll just give it to them, and when they use it, we'll get the upgrade. Let's see. Was I gonna buy anything for anybody else? Let's see. How are all of my see if I can find some better dual pistols. Personal equipment. Weapons, dual pistol, Mark 12. Any rank. That's not everlasting grind. It does end eventually, in theory. Can't wait till New Dawn starts up, though. Gonna be honest with you, I'm really hoping we finally get a Cardassian faction.
Hey, hands off a hologram.
We'll go for rare quality. See if we can get some nice ones. Tetrion, Polaron, Tetrion. Disruptor, Tetrion. Yeah, because they say they're revamping the whole Cardassian story arc, so I'm assuming that means we're gonna get that they are considering giving us a new Cardassian faction, which would be fucking awesome. God, I'm not gonna lie, being able to access Cardassian ships and stuff would be awesome. Anti-proton. Let's look for those specifically. Like, even if they just add, like, even if it just works like the way Romulans work right now, where they're a sub-faction, that'd still be cool to me. Let's see, what are their current stats for their weapons? 103, 102, 83. Yeah, let's buy 3 of these. and you know, getting a galore that doesn't require me to earn a fuckload of new Lobby crystals would be so much better. They could also make the Hideki playable as well, which would be kind of cool.
Oh, what's the harm in a little friendly wager?
I would also say if they were going to do it, if they were going to do it right, I should say, that other than giving you access to the Cardassians as a faction, maybe have lumped in Alpha Quadrant, Jem'Hadar, and such, and that sort of thing. So you can have those as playable races too. Essentially a way to get access to Dominion and Dominion-related gear without having to go through the Lobby market. Okay, doom. Anesthetizing gas, biosweep. Put that there. Put that there. I also think that they should make the Kabali a playable cross-faction race. Because I know they released the... If you're a lifetime member, I know you have access to the Talaxians, but I think they're Federation only. Well, the main thing is the Kabali are a good race to release because they can come from anyone. So in theory, you could RP it saying, oh, this is a character of mine who died and has been brought back by the Kabali. That, and I think their ships look cool. So I'd like to see more of their ships. Huh. So they are, possible. Interesting. Also, welcome new rooter to the room. It's nice to see you. Hail engineering team, blah, blah. Okay, scan. Scan. I thought I already scanned the gravity controls. Scan replicator. Yeah, I know. Because apparently the Terran Empire won their war with the Iconians. Though I think they made the Terran Empire a little overpowered in the game's story. Let's check something real quick here. Yeah, that would work. Like I said, honestly, it's mainly because I'd love to have an actual playable Cardassian. I'm not sure how this Admiralty system is going to work. I know it's supposed to be sort of a upgraded version of the duty officer system. Root. Into the defense grid. Though I like the fact that they're opening up the more of the mirror universe stuff to the other factions. That's kind of nice. My other ships are all just sitting in the hangar pretty much. Let's see. I actually dropped a whole bunch of ships just so I could get more. I wish I could have gotten that tier 6 science ship they offered in the research and development packs. I opened like 10 of those things and didn't get one drop for the ship. I know the Amarek ships are probably in the exchange, but they're going to be expensive as balls. So I'm hoping our next event we get like a science ship, T6 science ship. Go play some Dabo.
Spin the wheel and win.
I'll play Dabo. We'll do.
Davo!
Oh yeah. Like I said, I'm hoping that
Hey, that's a great uniform.
New Dawn does add some more ships. Well, the main reason I say I would like it is because I don't have any tier 6 science ships. So all of my science characters are basically just using the last regular ship they were issued at level 40. Which I know isn't going to fly once you start into the level 60 content. I still say that I'd like them to put in a 4th class to be sort of like how best to describe it, a specialized class. Like, instead of having the class specializations, like we don't have like a whole class built around like either being like a Mako or something like that. Anything new here? Pilot, commando. I'd also like them to expand the commando chain and give it to bridge officers. I'm not sure what what that does. I don't play a lot of the multiplayer content, so I'm not sure how much that works. mind being able to get a hold of the Dyson sphere ships for my science officers. They seem pretty good. Sector space is long and dark and boring. It's the best time to talk. Ah, I see. So that's why I see, like, when I do the gravity wells, like, oh, there's so much damage, but it doesn't seem to be doing as much damage as it could. I get it. But then again, all things considered, the science and NG chains have been severely weakened compared to the tactical. A lot of people don't play science. 65% of players play a tactical officer. Like, I don't think the engineer has as much survivability as they really should have. Like, in all seriousness, the NG should be more of a tank. Like I said, the engineers need to have much higher shields and health compared to the other two factions. Like, the other two classes, like, if they really wanted to balance the classes, the engineer should have a lot more survivability than it currently does. Just saying.
Congratulations, Admiral.
What lies beneath? Yeah. I did like the Nandi, though. It was a pretty fun little ship. It's my own thing. It's like, I just wanted to see more of the other the other two classes getting a little bit more attention. We're gonna go fight some Tholians real quick.
Jolani True. We must security, thank you.
So yeah. My thing is, I think they need to buff the science and engineers so that they can have a more balanced playing field. I know they're not going to, but that's what I think they should do. Oh yeah. That's why you have 3 times as many Federation ships as you do Klingon or Romulan. And Romulans can just start accessing Federation ships, so they make them run forward. Like, honestly, I think they made the Dideridex a lot weaker than it actually should be. Like, in all seriousness, the Dideridex should be able to outperform most cruisers in its level fairly easily, because it was one of the most powerful ships in the Alpha and Beta quadrants at the time of its release. Well, I should say appearance. Not release, because that's a more accurate statement. The biggest weakness I can tell from playing Romulans that they gave them was most Romulan ships have shit turn rates. Like, absolute shit. Damn it. Well, the Shivatar, upon its introduction, was possibly the most powerful ship ever built in the canon of Star Trek, so it makes sense for it to be that powerful. I mean, the Shivatar was an overpowered beast of a ship. Yeah. Oh. I agree. They really need to kind of balance the playing field between the factions more. It's like, I honestly think they'd get more people playing Klingons and Romulans if they had more stuff for them. Like, the Federation gets something like 15 more missions across all of the cross-faction story arcs compared to the other factions. Go back to Drosna Station. Problem with doing those missions is they pop you all the way at the ass end of the Beta Quadrant from where you need to be for certain missions, I should say. Status about halfway to that. Go to to a new Romulus. Pop in that. Pop in that. And that. Refracting dual Tetrion beam. Split beam rifle. Romulan compression pistol. Is that better than my anti-proton pistol? Yes, so we'll switch to that. But yeah, there are some things I'd like them to improve for the Klingons and the Romulans. But overall, considering the game is free to play in quotation marks, they're actually not doing too bad compared to a lot of other free to play models out there. This is probably one of the better ones I've encountered. Well, I'm not trying to grind, I'm going through the story mode. I just occasionally do those to get marks and fill out my stream time. Because I'm playing through the stories of all three factions. So I basically will intersperse red alert distress calls in here and there just to do something a little different than the story missions. Especially since right now I'm doing the Spectre chain, which I've already done twice. Yeah, I built entirely new characters for the stream, so I had to go from on. Most of their levels, honestly, have come from duty officer missions. Those duty officer missions give you a crap load of experience. Like, it's kind of insane, man. West Virginia. So I do love the fact that the Ferocians are essentially a revamp of the Kzinti from the animated series. I guess I only get the mark if you use the tribble. Flashlight. Actually, I already still have one. But yeah, I have one from a previous mission, so we'll use our Tribble O Borg real quick. Then go to here, get the flashlight on. Put that there. Okay, Rotka, you're going to take the anti-Davidian weapon for now. Really? To complete this, I'm gonna have to destroy my current flashlight? Okay. That's just goofy. Having to literally destroy my existing flashlight just to get credit for for grabbing it. Oh yeah, when I came back after being gone from the game for like 3-4 years almost, is I made a Romulan character. Yeah, but might as well get all the optional stuff as I can. Just for shizzles and gits. Every freaking time. I think I'm gonna jump out of the way before that thing drops, and I always don't hit it just right. Terranium. Going through. Yeah, the quest rewards you get from this, I remember that back when I was first playing a long time ago, you actually got a unique personal weapon, which was like the Davidian cane or something. Like, I also remember back when you completed what's considered the Romulan mystery story arc, you would get Lorix as a bridge officer. So I only have one character from back then, which is my main, the Andorian. So I was like, she has the Breen they offered as a character. She has the Reman. Now it seems that the only one of the bonus officers they kept from back then was the Jem'Hadar one that you get from the one mission, which I thought was kind of funny. List on emergency lockdown. Continue. So it was weird. I was playing when I first playing through the Romulan stuff, and I see it's like Lorix, like, isn't he a bridge officer? And I see him as a character I have to fight as a Romulan. It's like, huh. I wish I could complete the get enough of the Delta marks so I can get the Voth officer, because he looks pretty cool. I mean, who doesn't like space dinosaurs? Nope, not from the mission. He might be available somewhere in another way, maybe through the exchange or something, but it's not obtainable through the final mission of the story arc anymore. That's another race I'd like to be able to play as, is the Breen. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'm still wondering if I will be able to get the Breen Cryoplasma Core. They say it should come out with the winter event, but I don't know. Though I still say to this day, the Cavalli set was one of the best full sets I encountered thus far. But it's gotten replaced on my main Romulan and my main Federation officer with the Soul and Preserver sets. Like I said, as far as I know, the Breen's not obtainable anymore. Except maybe he's in the exchange.
Barnacle, Barnacle, I see you. Barnacle, Barnacle, what will you do?
Remote override. I love taking all the science options. Makes me wonder if this is one of those if it's a mission you could play in multiplayer version, so you could have access to other captains. I know if you got the Delta Recruit pack to work, like if you actually had managed to make it work for you, you would have gotten a holographic party member.
Barnacle, Barnacle, soon you'll be dead.
Remember the first time I played this mission, it was kind of creepy. But now that I've played it so many times, it doesn't really have the same effect anymore. You guys fighting hook spiders? Yes, you are. I think the engineer option is you're in this area is you're able to bypass the one door that was seals instead of having to go around. Year of Hell box, Morta Quilava.
They sent you, didn't they? My little bummykin, to halt my work.
What the hell?
Survive to perform such tricksies. Oh no, my pretty bummykin.
It's like, I'm just gonna take away your entire health bar in one shot. Hope you don't mind. Jeez, oh jeez, what is damaging me so freaking much? Ah, radiation damage. sad part is that the holograms are the more dangerous enemy on the map than the Davidians who eat your brain. I imagine it would be, because it probably just drops into his hollow emitter. Another thing I wish I had the lifetime membership for was the playable Borg. So they released that right after I get back to the game. Like, oh, son of a basket! You're really gonna release a whole new race like that? Only available to lifetime members. I only managed to get 200-day veteran, and that was back in the day, before I couldn't really afford to pay for a subscription anymore. Which is one of the things I do. Is like, if my Patreon takes off, is I want to buy a lifetime membership to this game so I can get all of those rewards and have more content to show everybody. I figure if I can get to about $1,000 a month off of Patreon, I can really start to upgrade all of the stuff I use to stream with. I can buy a better streaming software, so we're not having to deal with XSplit and all of its issues. Buy more equipment. Probably end up buying a better computer eventually anyway. I mean, the computer I have is good for this game, but for, like, if I wanted to play Fallout 4 or something, I don't think this computer can handle it. But I don't know the specs for Fallout 4 yet, so I can't make a determination on that. You figure they would have released the specs by now. It's like only about a month until the game comes out. You figure they'd want to know if people could actually play the game. Or they're figuring most people are going to buy it for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Which, hell, I'd buy it for that if I could afford an Xbox One. I mean, I've got all these free games on Xbox One from being an Xbox Gold member for years. Theron particles. Oh, bastards. I was just trying to scan the Theron particles. Now you'll die! Well, you're gonna die anyway, but now I'm mad and you're gonna die even more. I don't know if the credit chip you get from the Year of Hell boxes is even that good. I do like the changes they've made to research and development system, it used to be so much clunkier. I started playing this game when it first came out, more or less. I think I was like 6 months into release when I picked it up for the first time. And then after that, my computer really wouldn't work as well for it anymore because they'd released so many patches to upgrade the effects and everything. So I had to wait till I got my newer computer, which is the one I'm using now, before I could really start playing the game again. I never really did get back into being a paying member. But I figure if I could get the money together to buy the lifetime membership, I'd just do that. Because it seems like this game's not going to be going away anytime soon. It's been around for 5 years. I figure it'll be around for 5 more. Hell, it's almost been around for 6. Which is actually pretty good for a free-to-play game. Most free-to-play games don't last more than 2 or 3 years. Unless you're Guild Wars. Being stubborn to break out of that hole so I can get over to the computer. I think the tactical option for this area is you can turn on some turrets to help you fight the Davidians. There we are. But yeah, that's the overall goal right now. If I can manage to get Patreon going, is save up to buy another computer so I can play more modern games and have more storage space. Buy an Xbox One, PlayStation 4, so I can play games from them to stream them. Okay. Let's see. We got one mission complete. Ooh, extremely profitable. I'll take it. Personal perform antimatter maintenance leaks. Okay, we'll beam to our ship so we can go to Gondola Station. Get a sector space. Probably have to devote a whole episode to the new Romulus missions when I get to them. Alright, we gotta go to Ganalda Station. Though I guess I could try to join a fleet with this character and get the fleet science ships if I wanted an upgrade, since they're a little bit better. But I'd have to find a fleet that didn't care that I'm only streaming this character once every few weeks. And I just don't see that happening. Tetrion dual bank. Are we using Tetrion weapons? No, we're using plasma. Romulan plasma cannon. We got the 2 plasma turrets back there. Let's see. How are these damage-wise? They be better than my cannon. Well, yeah, they are better than the cannon. I'll plop those up on the front. I wish they would release a ship that has 3 commander slots, one universal commander slot. I think that'd be like a great setup. It'd be a nice cross-class ship. Data. Gotta use the computer over here, right? I don't know why they make you choose this reward, considering it's the only one. They should just pack it in with the normal completion of the mission. Thing old is new. I'm gonna have to equip that, so I'll unequip my Rebel to equip the Triolic Pattern Enhancer. Battle Horta. But yeah, I'll be honest with you all. If I had the money to do so, I'd be spending absurd amounts of money on this game. Because it's pretty much the only Star Trek game that's actually anything approaching like Star Trek. And, you know, it's the only place where the primary Star Trek universe is still continued. I'm still wondering if we're going to get to a point where they start releasing Borg ships as playable. I didn't know that. Must have been something that was released while I was away. Ceremony. Go here. Hit my refined dilithium cap. Actually, one of the things I bought when I first started replaying the game was the S-screw bonus, so I didn't have to stick with the whole, oh, you can only have you have a hard cap of 10 million energy credits, which, if you want to get any of the ships, is not gonna work. I figured $5 for that wasn't a big deal. Though I didn't mind having those refracting beams up in the front. They seem to work a little bit better than the single unit cannon. Even though they're not receiving the full damage bonus of plasma weapons. I do find it kind of funny how many dreadnoughts are qualified as science ships. I'm just like, I would not think a dreadnought and science ship. When I think dreadnought, I think a very heavy warship. But in this game, like, no. Dreadnoughts are originally science ships. Huh. But yeah, if I could afford a decent science ship, I would totally buy one. Wouldn't mind getting this, the Delta Operations pack. It looks like it'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I know. But I don't want to get to that mission until I've played to that point with this character. But in the end, as much as that buffs Tetrion weapons, anti-proton are still going to be your end-game weapon system. Wouldn't it make more sense if it's a dreadnought that it has 5 and 5 on its weapon systems, though? Ha! Someone made a human-looking Orion. Try all the patterning here. answer. As far as I'd heard, basically you get the best damage out of anti-proton weapons. But I guess if you use enough of the consoles to buff the weapon systems, you can push past those hard damage caps. What are you spending the $200 million of energy credits on? Okay. Atomic transducer array. I'll see if that works. I doubt it will, but we'll see. Ah, crap.
Personal shield losing power.
Forgot the sequence. Disconnect power. Unlock safety cage, remove monitor, take plank regulator. Okay, I guess I gotta go up higher. I think I missed an area. Huh. Interesting. Can't believe I skipped past this area real fast. There we go. That's why things were acting funny. Though lockboxes can be a pain in the ass to get once they are not the main one anymore, so that's going to be expensive to acquire. Scanning modulation. You know, I would have to point out that this mission, they say set weapons to heavy stun, right? But if you sit down and think about it, if you're going by Klingon weapons, as far as I know, they don't have a stun feature. They're all lethal. So how do you not kill people as a Klingon character in this mission? Or do 25th century disruptor pistols have a stun setting? Locked door with encryption key. Climb into the Jeffries tube. Go through this way. The only group you can't bypass in terms of having to attack. Especially when you consider that, how does your character recover from being disintegrated? Like, honestly, how does your character recover from that? You've been fucking atomized. I guess it's just MMO logic. Deal with it. Is the best way to work it. Get to power distribution level. Nothing new there. Dialogue-wise. Talk to McCoy. Do the scans on this dude. Scan the lady over here. Go talk to McCoy. What the hell did you run off for, McCoy? 70. 30. I feel strange, but better. Now we'll talk to the commander, which I'm going to use as a clever way. Switch all of them to passive mode. That way they won't destroy the freaking gate. Borrow. Yeah, borrow induction coil. That's just something you borrow from a high energy power system. I love that they got all the classic track sound effects in here. McCoy again. McCoy's in the armor. He's all in the armor there. I have to switch him to passive so they don't destroy the goddamn portal. Night of the Comet. Yes, you shoot them very lightly. Very lightly. Well, the Klingons were enemies of the Federation too, and they'd be shot on sight as well. The whole mission is a temporal anomaly wrapped up in a paradox and flavored. Like, you'd think they would at least, like, they furnish your ship with a holographic disguise for the final mission. You'd think they could have done the same thing with your character and given them some sort of holographic disguise, which would allow you to move through the Starfleet personnel without having to fight them at all for that mission. Oh yeah. But if you don't have a good handle on your ship's maneuverability, you can screw this thing up real fast. I love how the Klingon that you contact here is like, oh yeah, the Federation claims to have done this, but we have no proof. It's like, come on guys, you know that it happened. Though I do wonder how the holographic disguise manages to hide the giant-ass Romulan warbird wings. Beam onto the station. True. That's what I would think. Like, for the Romulan and Klingon faction, they would just use their cloaking device. Since the cloaking devices of the 25th century are significantly more advanced than those of the 23rd. I kind of want to get the Defiant refit so I can have a Federation ship with a cloaking device for the lulz. I find it funny that the commander, Jirok, the Romulan commander that commands the Lisette, talks about, oh, first the Klingons stole cloaking device, now the Borg. It's like, technically the Romulans traded the cloaking device to the Klingons for battleships. still think it's weird that they never released a proper D7 ship that you could buy, much like they did with the Talus and the Constitution. How are all of you guys dead? Because Davidians do damage straight to your health. They don't even bother with your shields. Everybody recover here for a bit. Yep. Romulans needed more battle-purposed ships because their first cloak ship got destroyed, and they realized the ship's not very good if it can't keep itself alive while having this cloaking device. So they went to the Klingons, like, well, you hate the Federation too, how about we make a trade agreement? Unless, of course, that's just not common knowledge among Romulans, so that Klingons got their technology, the cloaking technology that way, which I could see happening, since Romulans are usually fairly secretive as a people. Stop dying, you Borg lady! Come on! Why isn't she reviving? Finally. True, but in Seela's defense, did she really have a choice? She was part of a predestination paradox.
Making damage detected.
Kind of like the vet. Did he really have a choice to do the things he did, or was he just doing what he had to because he was part of a predestination paradox? Really? I hate fighting Davidians. I really do. They're so freaking annoying.
Personal shield losing power.
Mainly because all of their attacks are psionic and there's no way to defend against psionic attacks. Yes, yes, she'll blow up the station. Blah, 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 blah. True, the Remans do have defense against them. But it's only fairly minor, and it depends on the Reman. Like, I don't think the one in my party actually can. I don't have one in my party. Let's check out her traits. Basic stubborn here. I imagine Vulcans could be said to be able to do the same as well. Since the Reman's access to psychic powers is a direct result of their Vulcan heritage. Really? You guys are supposed to be dealing with the Shrouded Phantasm while I deal with the freaking gates. Healing. Finally. Okay. Now we talk to Scotty. I ain't seen you around before. What ship are you assigned to? That's classified. Funny looking uniform you got there. Go get the nerve tonic. I hate that you can't just talk to the bartender and buy the nerve tonic, like, right away. That you have to go through the whole rigmarole of talking to the lady, then talking to Scotty, then talking to the bartender. It's like, I already know what I need to get. Let me just get it, man. Alright, I've done all the talking to him I need to do to make the work. I need a drink. Hot. Sour. Little pick-me-up. Stemmed glass. Drop of honey. Turn to Scotty. See what other things would I want for this game. I think they should change the respec system so it's just an energy credit exchange instead of having to buy a specific token from the cash shop to do it. It's like, this is the only game I know of where you have to spend actual money to respec your character. And like, I swear, they make enough money off of ships and stuff, like I'm sure they can let go of the tokens. Like, I can understand the rename token costing money because that does usually cost something, but respec has been part of MMOs at the beginning, so it should really just be an energy credit thing. At least in my opinion. Yeah, whenever they do a spec upgrade, they generally give it away for free. I don't know how the Nimbasa and Distress Beacon works in this mission, but it does. That they want to make their money. I'm just saying they make so much money off of the other stuff. I think that they can let the respec token go. They actually released a D7 on the cash shop for 500. defeated by sheer attrition. I'll have to look into that. Because when I was first playing, they didn't have a D7 on the market. All you could do was buy the NX01 and the Constitution replica. Yeah, the only Romulan ships I've bought so far is the 22nd century ship and the
5%.
Scorpion. Yeah, some of them were okay, some of them weren't. So Night of the Comet is finished. We'll do that one for now. Alright. And that mission chain is over. That will leave us with having to do... I have a new request for you. Ambassador Satas at Deep Space Nine wants your presence for the conference. Ooh, that's really expensive. So we'll just fly to the Alpha Quadrant. But yeah, some of the Romulan ships are alright, some are not so much. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Alright, see you later, Higgs. I love how you have the Trill and Beta Z systems in the game, but you can't access them. It's kind of silly. Let's see. There. And there. And there. Setting up some instances so I can try to get some more marks. Ah, crap. Do I have a Tribble in my inventory? Alright. The Tribble Oborg.
I am 7 of 9. In this instance, I speak for the Cooperative. She survived and downloaded herself into this Unimatrix. Now she is compelling any vessels with disconnected Borg to return for reassimilation. You must upload a virus to the disconnected Borg ships before they reach these towers. If the ships reach these emitter points, the Borg Queen will begin to reassimilate them. The Cooperative will not be able to assist in this endeavor. The longer they stay, the greater the risk of reassimilation.
In other words, blah blah blah, plot reason why we can't have the Cooperative here. Because they won't let you do anything while you're being attacked, even though that will make this mission cool. Someone please stop having them attack me so I can do this thing.
I'm picking up a massive disturbance in fluidic space. Species 8472 is approaching.
Come on, guys. You gotta keep them off me so I can do this thing. Boy. Yeah, that gate to Grethel mission is kind of ridiculous. And also, the Iconians are like hard as balls to fight because of those goddamn Beltran raiders that just ram the fuck out of your ship. Like, all the rest, it's like, between the probes, the ships that ram your ships, and the overwhelming damage that they're capable of doing, it's kind of ridiculous. Again, I know the Iconians are more advanced, but you'd think they'd have designed their tactics to be more than smash into other ship. You know, you'd think they would have learned a different trick after 200,000 years. Just saying. Seems kind of silly. And destroy. Sorry I'm not talking too much during this. Voth are about to join the fight. Which is weird, because I don't remember the Voth ever fighting the Borg until this game. Yeah, I'm sure they have, I just don't recall it ever being mentioned.
The Voth have a ship designed to fight Borg. Destroy it before it attacks the Cooperative.
of the other things I hate about a lot of the enemies in this game is this overuse of the tractor beam that a lot of them tend to go for, where they literally just tractor your ship so that they can just blast you in the ass without you being able to break free or defend yourself.
The collective will not fall here. I will not allow it.
You will be eliminated!
The weak shall perish.
3 dreadnoughts. They're attacking one another. This is your chance.
I don't have polarized hull on this ship. Ship was just not moving. I didn't see any tractor being activated. Not gonna get all the dreadnoughts. The perk. I don't know if I've ever managed to do that mission, that perk, where you get all 3 dreadnoughts destroyed within a certain amount of time.
will assist the disconnected Borg you rescued. If they wish to join the cooperative, they will be welcome to do so. But they will not be compelled to do so. They are free to choose the life they want. Someday, the cooperative will be able to provide aid to the Republic. But at this time, their numbers are too few. One day...
I guess that's how they make sense of the liberated Borg player character showing up at all the factions. Maybe it's because of a result of that mission. One thing I don't like about the new sector map design, sector space design, is this whole thing where it will literally stop you before you can enter into an area. Like, it'll stop you short of where you need to be. Which I just find kind of odd. Cancel project, there was nothing there. I'll grab tier 1 reputation. I see. And the only way to get that to work is if everybody's communicating and nobody ever freaking talks in those things. Let's see. Assimilated Universal Console. Like that. Let's see. I need that console to do the whole weapon setup. Maximum warp to the Borg. Okay, after this mission, maybe I'll start Venture to Deep Space Nine so I can start those missions. Or maybe I'll keep doing multiplayer stuff.
From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
What the hell? How was I destroyed that freaking fast? Well, you do want one ship carrying those raiders. The rest of your ships should be focusing on closing the gates in that mission. God damn. 66,000 damage? This is ridiculous, man. As a team to take out the enemy so we can get fight the big ship, right?
You will be Borg.
Am I alone? Holy crap, I think I'm actually alone in here.
Disarm your weapons. You will escort us to your home world, where we will begin assimilating your culture and technology. Resistance detected. Human matrix 0047. 2 of 10. Engaging now. escort us to your home world, where we will begin assimilating our culture and technology.
Guess I just had to wait until more people popped in because I think that was why I was dying. Let's see, do my duty officers. Don't want to execute my bridge officers because that's just silly. Sell some crap. Venture to Deep Space Nine. Dock at Deep Space Nine. The ambassador is this way. Yeah, because he's down near where the respec guy is. Huh. I thought he'd be in there. Shows him as being in there. Is he not loaded yet? Guess I have to talk to him via communicator. Odd. Just go into Deep Space Nine to talk to him, but he wasn't there to talk to. It's really quite strange. Guess we'll try the other entryway just to see. No, he's not in here. Where are you, Cetas? You up in operations? Ah, there you are. Admiral, you're just in time. This station is under Federation control, but it has in the interest of interstellar diplomacy, they have permitted a small number of Klingon Imperial vessels to berth here and conduct patrols and trade with the Gamma Quadrant. True-way separatists, Cardassian terrorists, and insurgents, essentially, have recently been a significant problem in the sector. I am not confident in the Federation's ability to handle the problems. I trust the RRW Tevanal to have no trouble sorting these matters out. Admiral, we have received reports that the so-called True-way activists are in the Badlands, a region of turbulent nebula-like activity near Deep Space Nine. The True-way is made up of Cardassians and Dominion elements that refuse to recognize the treaty signed by their government after the Klingon Empire destroyed Cardassia's military power. The Cardassians and the True-way have delusions of grandeur. They have to be put down before they amass an annoying fleet. As usual, the Federation is slow to respond to this sort of threat. The Badlands are a dangerous region of space which provides an excellent opportunity to see what the RRW Taval and crew can do. Alright, let's look through our crew and see if these weapons are good for anybody. Let's see. We'll go with this. Nothing is currently better than his weapon right now. is better than the one she has right now. Let's see. Yeah, we'll give her that for now. Let's see. Go to space. No, you know, I'm gonna go to the bank inside Deep Space Nine. Why waste my cell ship called when I'm right next to a place where I have access to a bank? That's just silly. So yeah, I'll just start doing the Dominion / Cardassian story arc now. That way, it all kind of fits. So next week we'll start the same story for the next guy. Jovanite execution. Go to the bank. That's bank, right? Bank. Open. Put that in there. 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 Yeah. Put that there. Put that there. And that. Let's see. Can those personal shields replace anybody's current personal shields? Seems like it'd be a good shield for her. A Gorn in a business suit. That's just silly to me. It's like, Gorn in suit? That makes no sense. Says it's worth about 9,000. We'll put it in for 10. See how that goes. Okay. Now we can go do Badlands as a mission. For my Cation character, I really want to get the Cation warship because I think it'd be cool. That's like 2,500, I think. Tier 5. Yeah, this one. Because I already got the stealth fighter, so I'd like to get the actual ship. Admiral, some of our birds of prey have reported skirmishes with the True Way in the region. The raiders have been preying on local traffic routes. They don't leave survivors. It seems they are desperate, and this means they will fight with the strength of the condemned. The raider base must be on one of the moons. We need to scan the various moons to find them, but they have nowhere left to run. Sorry, my reading's kind of off. My tongue got a bit twisted there. Nothing here. There appears to be dense metallic clusters, but no life signs. I'll run a computer now. Let's follow the water. I know you can get the galore through Lobi crystals, but it just takes so long to get Lobi crystals. It's ridiculous. That's part of the reason why I'd like a Cardassian faction, so we could get this ship as in a more reasonable manner. Maybe also get the Keldon. Gotta refill my shields. More enemies to fight. Yamhidar. Part of the way I would consider doing the Cardassian playthrough is have them start out as a member of the True Way, and you go through a series of missions where you eventually come to the realization that the True Way's real goals aren't all that good, and then you join up with the Federation of the Klingons. That's how I would do them. that'd be the most logical way to introduce a Cardassian sub-faction, is basically have it be you are part of the True Way initially. Which would give you access to playable Cardassian, playable Jem'Hadar, possibly playable Vorcha. Scanner showed trace alloys, but nothing noteworthy. At least that's how I would handle a Cardassian faction. Don't know if it would necessarily be the best approach, but I think it would. Port several gutted hulks below. It appears to be a dumping ground, but there's no life signs, and the environment is hostile. But yeah, once I get these guys up to the Iconian War stuff, it should be interesting. I don't know if they could have every one of the Cardassian and Gemini ships work in this faction, but I think you could get a few of them. Sensors have several approaching two-way ships, so shall I put them on viewer? My superiors will be most pleased when I present your ship to them, Admiral. Surrender now, and I may spare the lives of your crew. Because I don't think they've actually made the Keldon a playable class yet. Let's see, do I have? Ah. Tricorder readings indicate that this facility houses both weapons and various supplies. The raiders are probably well dug in. We should be prepared for hostile contacts around every corner. Biofilter sweep. In other words, meant to take off debuffs. What do you all think of that idea for a way to do the Cardassian story? You guys can talk if you want. You don't have to wait to respond to me. There are several of you watching. I can't wait till I get to dust. That way I can get another command. I can get my command engineer. So this character was created several months after the mission was made into a regular mission. Rakitagino. Essentially, fish juice. Let's see, what other things to talk about. I know they're going to be bringing more of the Mirror Universe stuff into New Dawn. I'm wondering if it's going to make reference to you kicking O'Brien's ass. Cause that'd be kind of cool. Hey you! Get me and my people out of these cells, and I'll show you where the Cardies keep the weapons. They got quite a stash, and some of it's Starfleet issue. Joshua Riker, for those who don't know, is the son of Thomas Riker, who was the transporter-created clone of William Riker. Thought it was an interesting little aside. Like, quite a random character, all things considered, to use. It is interesting that not only do they use Thomas Riker's son, they actually make reference of the prison colony he was left at the last time we saw him in Deep Space Nine. Nice touch. More tribbles. God damn. Does anybody in my party lack a tribble? Yes, Wagner needs a tribble. I find it hilarious giving Klingons tribbles. All things considered. Come forth, Battle Horta! Next is some gas. Exothermic disruption. How did you end up here? After the Cardassian Union collapsed in the Dominion War, everyone forgot about the prisoners of war on Luzon II. The Cardassians could barely take care of themselves back then. They considered feeding and caring for Maquis prisoners a waste of resources. The people at my father's camp were abandoned. He convinced them to work together first for survivors and later to build a community. Since he died, I have taken care of things. What happened to your father? That's a painful topic. Like I said, my father organized a bunch of prisoners of war and random criminals into a working community. We didn't have any help from Starfleet or anyone else. We liked it that way. It's tough for the few Maquis left to trust the Starfleet even now. My mother was a botanist before she was a Maquis fighter. She was the one who taught the prisoners how to raise crops and survive. She went into the backcountry to collect some plant samples last summer. It wasn't unusual for her to be gone for days at a time. But after 3 days, my father went looking for her. Mother had fallen into a ravine and she was critically injured. He carried her most of the way home, but I think his heart gave out. Losing my parents was a big blow to our colony and to me. The Raiders found us, brought us here. I don't have any illusions about what will happen next. I'll be a prisoner of the Klingon Empire now. But I've been on this base for a while, long enough to know a bit about the Raiders, have been keeping things and who's in charge. I'll help you with what I know. Proceed.
Taking damage detected.
Heavy Chronoton launcher. Hey Cam, what's up? Okay. I'm doing good, just streaming. This is where the Raiders have been storing their looted goods. Our supplies and equipment are located in the crates both down here and up on these gantries. I expect you'll be claiming them as spoils of war. But I suppose it's a fair price to pay for my people being taken out of two-way hands. At least there's a chance that the Federation will negotiate for our release after this is all over. It's easier to stream while playing alone. Go forth, Porter, and be awesome. Okay. Tag crate for transport. Tag for transport. Besides, this is a KDF aligned Romulan, so you'd have to have a KDF character to even think of joining up with them. More crates being tagged for transportation. Losing those supplies will hurt, but at least their settlement won't have to worry about the true way anymore. This is where the raiders store all their ordnance. Those torpedoes use Starfleet-issued guidance systems. I'm sure that a remote-activated grenade or overload of the power cell and weapon, you could find a way to trigger them from your ship. Remote detonation. Rig for remote detonation. Rig for remote detonation. Yes, I am standing on top of a railing to fire at the Cardassians. Because physics be damned. The only thing left to do is to completely destroy the Raider Band. Gold Braun is the leader of this bunch. Since you've been making short work of his men, I'll bet he's in the hangar preparing to escape in the shuttle he took from us. I heard him say something about mounting Cardassian disruptors to the shuttle. I don't think the shuttle will be a big problem for a warship, but he would make things worse in this sector if he escapes and builds up a new Raider crew. Do 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 do. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum.
Flanking damage detected.
Lower force field. Wait till we exit combat. I think there was a dialogue there. That we missed. Josh. The hangar's crawling with Galbron's raiders. Frankly, I don't think another pair of fists is going to be much help to you, Admiral. What I can do is head back to the console, contact my people, keep them out of the crossfire. I'll take care of them. You take care of Goldbrun. Sounds like a plan, Mr. Riker. Killing lots of cardies today. Over there, Captain. Goldman just came out of the shuttle.
Enemy targets on down.
I don't think the True Way will be bothering anyone ever again, Admiral. For what it's worth, I know that my friends and I are going to spend some time in your ship's brig. I'm a potentially valuable prisoner. My Uncle Will is a highly placed in Starfleet. I'm sure he can arrange an exchange. So let's get out of here, alright? Before we do that, we'll go scour the area, see if there's any items to pick up. So I can sell them to make money, so I can spend the money, so I can make more money, so I can spend the money, so I can make more money, and so on, and so on, and so on. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. Klingon gah. Okay. Seems to be everything to part system. Okay. Some Cardassians apparently never learned their lesson after the Klingon Empire crushed them at the end of the Dominion War. A quick reminder now and again will help them realize the futility of future aggression. Perhaps under the circumstances they could have joined the Empire. As it stands, though, Cardassians, the True Way or otherwise, are little more than a broken shell of their former selves. It is time for them to abandon their failed military aspirations and leave warfare to warriors. The capture of your prisoner Joshua Riker is an unexpected boon. His uncle is an admiral in Starfleet. Negotiations for his exchange will give me powerful leverage in dealings with the Federation. Well done, Admiral. Repair. Admiral, now that I have access to some of the communications traffic in Deep Space Nine, I have learned of an intriguing Federation secret. 6 years ago, the USS Rapier was on its first mission, routine trip through the wormhole to several planets in the Gamma Quadrant. It entered the wormhole and never heard from again. Starfleet believed the ship to have been destroyed, and the station recently picked up an emergency distress beacon on a frequency that corresponds with the Rapier. It is possible the ship was still attacked, either in the Gamma Quadrant or perhaps inside the wormhole itself. As you might expect, the Rapier carried many new innovations in its design. It was a new ship at the time of its launch, and if you can find the Rapier before Starfleet does, it will provide an excellent chance for both our people to gain useful knowledge of modern Federation ship designs and technology. The Romulan people have a reputation for subterfuge. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to turn that reputation into a positive one. Blah. Da 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 da. Duty officers, they're making their duty all over the place. That was some very dirty humor, but oh well. Expired. Holy crapola. Let's go to Deep Space Nine, go to the mail so I can pick up the stuff that expired and put it back on the shop, or just freaking sell it through recycling. Oh! Dun. Approach Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine, dock. It's like, of course they'd leave Deep Space Nine as a trading post. It makes sense to do so. It's in what is effectively neutral territory. Well, not so neutral anymore. Not the Bajorans joined the Federation in this point in the timeline. Yeah, the place I want to go is over this way. Derp. Excuse me. Hey lady, let's modify my uniform.
Cave is a corpse bar.
Yes.
Cool.
He's not there anymore though. He's been sold to someone else. But yes. Ooh, fancy. To blue, gray, blue, and black. We'll do gray. It's for the drapery. Blue. Gray. And that is G3. Now, since he's going to be getting the commando spec, let's give him some green in there as well. E6. G3. G3. Because, you know, fancy ass cloak, yo. Still runs a bit like a linebacker, though. Access mail! Inventory's full. Go to Replicator. Okay, start here. Actually, no, we'll retrieve that. Might be able to use that on one of my other science officers. Access mail. Go over to a bank. Count bank. Put stasis field. And this in there. Leaving those in there in case my other officers want them. Okay. Send some of my astrometrics probes. Bartlett incest. Incense, not incest. Oh my. Okay, on with the missions. Wonder if I can complete the whole first section of Cardassian missions before I end today. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. In the mouth. Enter the wormhole. Wormhole. Hole filled with worm. Now imagine if the wormhole had a giant space worm. That'd be weird. Kinda crazy. Our scanners are detecting faint traces of the Rapier's passage. The wormhole is refracting signals, and some of the echoes remain trapped in anomalies throughout the passage. Our scanners are also detecting Jem'Hadar ships in the wormhole. According to the treaty with the Dominion, they should not be here, so they're probably hostile. Well, they are the Jem'Hadar. Jem'Hadar aren't exactly known for being polite. Kinda known for... We're gonna just murder you all, hope you don't mind. Whose whole thing is they're dead and they go into battle to live. Kinda weird and creepy. But they would still be awesome to play as. Just saying. You scanned an anomaly. Isn't it all one big anomaly? Ah, no! I'm stuck in the side of a wormhole. Murdering the Jem'Hadar is a pastime of mine, because they're kind of douchebags. Kind of douchebags. Kind of douchebags. I was expecting to break out in song there, but it worked for the moment. Ooh, energy feedback on your face, motherfucker! No, my shield's almost gone. Not anymore. Just activate the Kabali shield generator thingamajig. To this day, I'm still surprised that The Romulans are the only ones who made the singularity drive. You'd think they've encountered at least one of the race that chose that as their method for FTL rather than normal matter-antimatter reaction drives. Scan anomaly. But whatever, it's Star Trek. Things are weird. Scanning Verteron particles. I do love the holographic ship power that that science officer gets. It's really cool. Being able to generate constant backup without loss. And without having to wait an obscene amount of time like the distress beacons. Oh, my shoulder. Wormhole. Wormhole. Sensors are detecting unusual energy signature near the exit of the wormhole. Its frequency is used by by Starfleet, it could be the Rapier. I don't know why it takes 3 seconds to summon the fleet of all these ships. It's just like, I always thought it was weird that it takes like 5 seconds for the ship that you summon in your 50% health or lower situation before they'll arrive. It seemed odd. Sir, it's the Rapier, and it's been captured by Jem'Hadar. If we're going to board the ship, we'll have to eliminate the Jem'Hadar ship. Otherwise, they'll send over reinforcements or attack the Rapier while we're on board. Because I don't have any other ships on anything else to summon at the moment. The Rapier shields were raised, but they're not responding to hail, sir. Since the Rapier is already disabled, it appears that they are not going through shield modulation. Their shield power is very low. Our computers should be able to brute force out a transporter frequency that will allow us to beam through the ship's shields. The away team is ready to transport on your command, sir. Beam to the Rapier. I'm detecting various life forms, including at least 2 squads of Jem'Hadar. We'll need to proceed with caution.
Enemy combatants take
Admiral, members of the Rapier's crew are being held in this room. We should be able to take them later for questioning. Starfleet may demand their reputation, but for the time being, we may be able to glean useful information from them. Capture the survivors. That was the thing I accidentally skipped past. Romulans? How did you get inside the wormhole? Is the situation that bad for the Federation? I can't believe things have gotten so bad in the short time we were gone. We're part of the new Romulan Republic. We're working with the Klingon Empire. Romulans and Klingons have allied again? From bad to worse. Look, this may not mean much to you, but the Jem'Hadar here are under the command of a lone Vorta. If you want to find out what they're doing and escape, you'll need to capture him. You should stun him so that he can't activate his termination implant. Murdering Jem'Hadar is just a thing to do. Lowering force field. Don't shoot! I don't want to die! And I have failed the Founders so completely they'll never make another one of me after this. Here, I'll give you the command codes. Just stop pointing those weapons at me! You didn't know about the command codes? Starfleet prisoners must not have told you. They don't want you to know, but they did want you to have control of the ship. Now you have the codes, though there's no further need for violence, is there? What does the Dominion want with the rapier? Knowledge, power, maybe a new piece of technology? Even after all this time, we have much to learn about the Federation. We must be prepared for what is to come. Tell me about the Jem'Hadar. Fierce fighters, to be sure. There are few in the galaxy can match. Jem'Hadar are genetically engineered by the Founders to serve as warriors of the Divinity. Their metabolic rates and cognitive abilities are extremely advanced, so they can advance from hatchling chambers to a full adulthood in a matter of days. They do not require sleep or nourishment. They see relaxation as a form of weakness. In addition, they shroud their presence from their enemies. However, the Founders, in their ultimate wisdom, realize that Jem'Hadar need both control and guidance. Control comes from Ketrasil White. It is a substance that Jem'Hadar cannot live without. Guidance comes from Vorta like myself. We tell the Jem'Hadar who they must kill to serve their gods. Not the Vorta. We serve the Founders as administrators, scientists, and diplomats. We carry their words to lesser races. We are their eyes and ears throughout the Gamma Quadrant. Founders have shaped all that we are and all that we will be. The Vorta were timid creatures living in trees when we first encountered one of the gods. Stories say we hid the Founder from a group of solids who were pursuing him, and in return for his assistance they transformed us. And what are the Founders? The Founders are gods. We worship gods because we must. That is how the Founders created us. You are Erun? I am the 7th Erun. I do my best to serve the Founders, but things kept going wrong. If I bring this ship and its crew back to my gods, perhaps I will redeem me in their eyes. Head to turbo lift. Lots of fan theories think it might have been the Iconians that were hunting the changeling, but we don't know for sure. It just sticks like that normally. That button sticks like that normally because it's on the side there. You just gotta kind of press it until it works. Admiral, there are multiple Jem'Hadar on the bridge. We'll be ready to fight. Still gotta say, view screens are pretty shit in this game. There's like nothing to them. They don't have any motion. It's just, I understand that it was probably done for the sake of assets, but still, it looks weird and dumb. Sir, these monitors are registering some power fluctuations. I'll try to get a better idea of what's going on. Admiral, Jem'Hadar have taken the transporter room. It should be possible to lock out the transport controls, but we need to defeat the Jem'Hadar up here and buy some time. Transporters activated. Expect incoming Jem'Hadar in approximately 10 seconds. Seconds. While we wait for the enemy to appear. Horta, Horta. almost there. Incoming in 10 seconds. We've entered the command codes and unlocked the Rapier systems, just in time. More Jem'Hadar ships are entering the wormhole. I've set the Rapier to accept automatic directions from the ship. It won't be the most effective vessel, but at least it'll be able to follow us out of the wormhole. Return to ship. Jem'Hadar are blockading the path back to the wormhole. If we recover the Rapier, we must clear the path. Remember, Admiral, this time we're traveling against the flow of the wormhole. Keep that in mind if you're having trouble navigating. You know, for something that is taking commands from the ship, I don't know why it's actually outrunning our ship. Seems strange, you know? It is kind of cool how I can use the singularity jump to work as sort of a mini gravity well. Ow! Keep going forward till we hit the next enemy pod, then we'll take them out. The Rapier will just make its own time. burn faster. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Destroying my torpedo like that? That's just rude, man. That's just rude. I worked hard to fire that torpedo at you. You'd think you'd show me the common courtesy of letting it hit you in the face. AIs, they don't even know how to be polite. Hey, kitty. Kitty cat. I'll wait for the rapier to catch up. While I just chill out in the wormhole. Chilling in the wormhole, chilling in the wormhole, wormhole chilling. Exit wormhole. It's a hole filled with worms. While we wait for the level to load. I think there's another fight with Jem'Hadar as you leave the wormhole as well, if I remember correctly. The last few Jem'Hadar ships followed us through. Apparently, they have not learned their lesson from watching what happened to their allies when they engaged the Tavanal. Well, they are villains. Villains never learn lessons. It'd be kind of intrinsically bad if their characters could learn lessons, because then they could learn to not fall for the same things over and over again. I love it when I get all of those ships centered into the center of the gravity well and then hit them with like a plasma torpedo or tri-cobalt torpedo and it just messes all the ships up at once. receiving a hail from Deep Space Nine, Admiral. Looks like the Rapier has made a safe return. I'm sure I speak for all the crew and families in thanking you for your unexpected assistance in bringing them home. Admiral, we have recovered significant tactical data on the Rapier. We might as well let the Federation reclaim it. The data that we received is more valuable if we do not risk it in battle with Deep Space Nine. Yeah, because our one ship probably could not take on all of Deep Space Nine's defenses. Because Deep Space Nine has some pretty freaking serious defense systems. Like, really freaking serious. Like, scary serious. But then again, its systems were designed to fight the Borg and the Dominion. Well done, Admiral. Might have been more useful to recover the Rapier entirely, but your experiences aboard the ship will give us a great deal of insight into the vessel's weapons, defenses, and layout. The surviving crew will no doubt spend a great deal of their time in Starfleet's rehabilitation program. The fate of this ship is of less importance than the advantages that the Empire gains from studying Federation technology. Go with that one. Forging bonds. Admiral, new information has been placed in elements of the True Way in the Algira system. Excuse me. Your expertise at information gathering may be useful in discovering exactly what they're planning. It's likely the True Way are looking for allies. We let us be certain they do not find any. Patrol the system, discover what you can about the True Way organization in the sector. Perhaps the presence of the Tavanal will convince the True Way that it's not worth their trouble to attract the attention of the Empire. Kapla. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Let's sell some crap. Sell. I'll keep the shield because it might be useful for someone. Okay. To the Algeria system. Algeria system? Throw up some quests, some instances, just in case. Because more marks is always best. Begin forging bonds. Admiral, we are receiving a general distress call. The computer shows it to be the freighter SS Batris, transferring to main view screen. Any ships in range, this is the freighter batteries en route to New Bajor. We have been attacked. Warp engines are offline. We require immediate assistance. Repeat, we require friendly help in range. May or may not be of interest, sir, but those Cardassian ships surely are. If they're looking for a fight, we are ready to give them. Now let's see if we can get a good group together for this mission.
I am 7 of 9. In this instance, I speak for the Cooperative. She survived and downloaded herself into this Unimatrix. Now she is compelling any vessels with disconnected Borg to return for reassimilation.
So I can freaking free the ship. Attack the enemies so they don't attack me. I can't do the thing if I can't freaking find it.
I'm picking up a massive disturbance in fluidic space. Species 8472 is approaching.
I'm sorry, in instances like this, you should be able to keep triggering the event even if you are being damaged. It's so stupid that you can't take damage and do the scanning thing. It really makes no goddamn sense, man. Makes no freaking sense.
Undine will destroy the disconnected Borg ships. Stop them.
I guess I'll just keep fighting these ships while they do the triggering of the Borg to be saved. Since it never seems that the enemies stop fighting me long enough. Don't know why the sound keeps cutting in and out. Scan something while I'm in freaking cloak. Passively scanning is what you do in cloak. I mean, damn it, people.
The Vault have a ship designed to fight Borg. Destroy it before it attacks the Cooperative.
will not fall here. I will not allow it.
You will be eliminated!
The weak shall perish.
3 dreadnoughts, but they're attacking one another. This is your chance.
Seems that the Voth Citadel ship is the most powerful of the 3 dreadnoughts. Like, in terms of just sheer health. Plus it has the ability to become completely immune to damage for a while. I don't know how you're supposed to be able to do that, man. Makes no freaking sense. Take on 3
Thank you for your assistance.
extremely defensively enabled dreadnoughts in less than 3 minutes. In a game where you can't really get people to focus on one enemy to attack. Seems strange to force that upon people, you know? Well, I think I'm gonna call it a day for today so I can check up on all my other characters, get everything set up. So I will see you all Tuesday for more of Ultimate Alliance. Later.